smaller position, 100 shares. I think we're going to see a quick dump and then snap to buy the dip. I don't know. If they don't buy this dip, then we got bigger problems. You know, 155 on, 156 and 155 on AMD has always been a big buy zone. So if AMD breaks those levels, that's, more and more downside. Google 165 was like a fictitious level, I would say. 164 is the real level, and then 162 below that. Um, I'll take a little bit more off AMD here. I think we're going to see chips start to lead again here in a moment.
Need to get some buying in here at these levels. Otherwise, like DVG says, we could reverse this market. I mean, we're only 30 points positive now on the NASDAQ, and the chip sector is the one that led us to the green this morning. So it's got to lead us, higher here. Watch the TSM because that stock's got a great opportunity now to take the top off.
Yeah, I would agree. TSM definitely a powerhouse today. I'm actually looking at Apple, kind of displaying a little bit of weakness here. We had retail sales number just came out this morning as well. I didn't think it was going to be a huge mover, but so initial jobless claims today, 241 versus 241 estimate, 260 prior. So that's, I'd say, good news, which is, I think, probably half the reason we had even a stronger push higher. Sorry, give me a sec, guys. I'm going to look at this real quick. I don't like this move on AVGO right now, guys. It needs to hold that 200. Sorry, back to, so retail sales month over month for September, 0.5% versus 0.1%, estimated 0.2% prior. So we beat, favorably in retail sales, but hence why I'm still kind of bullish on the day. We've got EMPH to the upside. I'm going to probably trim up here on the SPY. I thought we'd get a breakdown to the close. Maybe it still happens, but I don't want to sit around and wait. We've got Google short, AMD short. I got out of my coin position, and I'm watching AVGO, maybe even NVIDIA. I like your level, Scott, at 139.
Yeah, I mean, we got to go though now. We'll see what happens here with this bounce. I'm going to probably looking at the time of the day right now. I'm going to give it this bounce, or it's going to be possibly taking the L on NVIDIA. I've got EXPE too, which is just, holding itself under the VWAP, which the break above the VWAP, we could see some more upside on EXPE. It's got good news in a good sector on a good day. So let's go.
It might be out of my SPY and Q positions here. I think this might be the turnaround here, guys. Possibly. Like we always say, cue the disclaimer. Everyone takes their profits, and the buyers step in. Watching ENPH, I'll add, like I said, if we get over 93 bucks, my target there would be around 97. So I'm okay holding this one if we, I might trim it up a little bit here and there, but it's just been beaten down so badly that maybe we get a bounce if we get over this 200 coming up. We're right at it. It's hard for me to get excited for 60 cents, but it was better than a red trade. Um, yeah, I'm gonna wait on AVGO for now, guys. I'm gonna keep an eye on it. It actually has probably more chance to the downside now. It breaks this 181.20 area. Finding some good support right now on the 200 EMA. 182 maybe.
Come on, NVDA, keep pumping now. Close to breaking even on NVDA.
Take some more off of my Google trade. Basically now it's minimal. Put that one on autopilot. AMD, same thing. Not in the mood to give back anything today, guys. We'll keep ENPH just because that's, you get below my entry, I'll just get out of the way. It's not a big deal. Solar's not the sexy name in energy anymore. It's definitely nuclear energy, but I think just energy in general, people are kind of waking up the fact that if we have another 2,000
Be
data
right back,
centers,
DVG.
we're going to need it. All right, Scott. We're going to need way more energy, and we're going to need way more chips. And I don't mean the yummy kind. Apple too through the flip flopping on it. And me. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on Apple because you guys know how I feel about Apple. And maybe there's an opportunity for me to. I don't want to always pick a top, but if it's a hedge that turns into a profitable trade like we had this morning, I'm not complaining. You know, a pullback made sense this morning just because of the aggressive move to the upside, but bulls clearly flexed this morning on that news. So I'm glad. Hey, Scott stepped away. He's green on his Nvidia trade now. Good luck, Scott, on that one. I'm very tempted to join him on that trade. I just don't like that we're under the VWAP at the moment on NVDA. Same with AVGO. And I'm out of AMD. That's fine. We just got stopped. And Google's probably going to do the same, which is totally fine. I think for structure, it would make the most sense for SPY and the Qs to at least test yesterday's close. At least test it.
Finally got the break here now, DVG on NVDA.
Yeah. Yeah,
See
I
if
was
we can
talking about it. I'm
continue.
like,
140 target.
I was like, hey, Scott stepped away and boom, he's making money now.
Yeah. I like it. I like it when the phone calls come in and you make money during the call. So that's always good. I hate it the other way though.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was yesterday. I had to step away, like someone was at the door. And I came back and it could have easily been red because I had some positions out there, but luckily it turned out okay. But guys, so we are out of all short positions. We have ENPH long, and I'm watching ABGO and tempted to join Scott on this move for NVIDIA. Maybe even Tesla. Maybe. SMCI printing a new low of day now. I wonder. So hold on. Let me look at something real quick. Yeah, ASML. You got Lamb. LRCX. Yeah. What's light doing? Hmm. Okay. AVGO. There's the move. There's the move. Shoot. Am I late to that party? Oh no. All right. I'm late to this party. I might end up. This might be a losing trade, but I don't. I wanted to get an AVGO on 182.50. I'll wait. 182.50. I'll put it out there. Wait for it. I haven't clicked on it yet.
Okay, NVDA still looking good. What SMCI? Wow.
Check Microsoft. All right, do it. Hmm. Yeah, it bounced right off. Well, I mean, by 13 cents to the close. Like structurally, that one makes sense. The issue I have is a 423 exuberant push to the upside. Um, I do like Taiwan Semi. Just broke out now. New all-time highs. That's a blue sky breakout, guys. Where's the top? So we're in AVGO. I can add to this position if I want, but it needs to, I need to see a big. We have one big igniting bar here. It's held that 200. So if you look at that on a 1 minute, guys, you want to, as to why I was checking that out all day. This big pullback from the high of day, drop down to the 181.20. There's your undercut, and then notice it held the 200 on a 1 minute. Like every single candle bounced, bounce, 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 bounce off that 200. I didn't want to get in until a confirmation was made. So you could argue like 182.10 probably would have been the number, but that igniter candle showed up so fast that technically if I put them out there for 182.50 would have filled. Luckily, I saw it in time. We got in. We're in at 182.50. We're only up 30 cents, but I think this is the rip. So over 183, I'll add half position. We should see a big push now. TSM ripping. Let's see if it continues. Let's see. Microsoft, yeah, so right now you have your convergence mark 200 EMA and your 55 SMA. So you'd want to see a push higher above that. I mean, I don't know if you're in that or not yet, but the turnaround down at that 416 and change could have been a safe zone to see, like if you did an undercut under yesterday's close, like anything under 416, stop out. But right now it looks pretty good. The trouble I have is that you're at the 200 and the 55. So maybe you start getting a little bit of price rejection. If you can break through those levels, then count on VWAP 419 level. So good luck, Mark. Hope you get it. Now I just need both Scott, you and I. We want the chip names to start cooking.
Yeah, NVDA 140 would be great. Expedia's hurting me right now. Same thing with AA. I think AA will take care of itself here. Expedia is the one I'm kind of worried about.
I think coin is in trouble, man. What's MSTR doing? Yeah, that makes sense. BTCSD, Mara, Riot, womp womp. What about BITO? Hey guys, we're getting our move on the MPH. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. I won't add, like I said, until I see a 93 print. What else do we got? Let's look at Caterpillar. Yeah. Hmm. That's not the move I wanted. Broadcom, come on. Let's see what else. What are China names doing? In the toilet? Mm-hmm.
Right. I know. Go figure that out, right?
Oh man. Yeah, it's too bad. I was short in PDD yesterday and then got tagged, stopped out, and I would have paid nicely today. We're up in that 128 range. Moved to 129. I got out of the way.
Go NVIDIA. Go 140 target NVDA.
TSM also pushing. I mean, that thing,
Yeah.
I don't 215, like I don't know where the top is, right? Like this thing could just keep going.
Yep.
So congrats for those of you who took TSM this morning. It was kind of like the no-brainer trade. It was more like a jump rope, though. Like, where do you get in? Where do you get out? And I think the answer is just you could have bought anywhere because this thing is absolutely crushing now. Awesome move. Nvidia now scooting. Let's go, Scott.
Yep. Go close to that 140.
Vistra Energy also looks kind of good right now. I won't take it. I've been kind of adding some to my portfolio. So it moved up my dollar costs on Vistra. But I like that stock just overall. Microsoft looks a lot better now, Mark. Holding above that 200, I think you might get that push to 419 now. Come on, Broadcom. See, right, Mark, right as I'm saying that, if I'm seeing it, so are the other guys. So if bears want control, they want to prevent that move because it was looking like that's a bullish pop coming. And bears came in and said, "Yeah, let's just make sure that we take that little candle out." Brutal. All right, Broadcom. That's not a good move. Don't like that. Don't like that either. Um, that might do it for me on Broadcom here in a moment, guys. I'm not going to trade out in this initial spike, but that might do it right there. I'm out. I'm out of ABGO, my first losing trade of the day. Womp womp. ENPH also might turn into a losing trade. We're still up on it, but not by much.
Mm. Yikes. Yeah, really. NVDA gonna get there or not gonna get there? 140 target here. 140 target. I'll be right back, traders.
I buy like 5,000 shares of Nvidia right now just to get up to 140, 50 cents. I won't do it. No, no, no. Only joking. Um, Surprised to see UNH holding up after Elevance reported really not the best news. But what a pop on Elevance. I mean, dropped down to 397 or 398, call it. Bounced to 431. That's the trouble with those names, right? Like they're such big names and they're pretty spready. And if you're on the wrong side, they can hurt you pretty quick. So, we're lucky to get out of the way of that one earlier. Made some money on that. Don't tell me. Look at guys. Take a look at AVGO. I should have respected the 200 EMA. Look at that. It literally took me out, and now it's moving. I'm human, guys. I'm human. There was a couple of you guys used to think I was a robot back in the day. Some AI bot or something. Spy QV. Yeah. Mark SMCI. I'll pull it up. I don't know, man. Maybe. I mean, let's look left, right? So yeah, yesterday's low 47.26, pre-market in that 47.60 range, finding some. Yeah, maybe. I wouldn't touch that one yet, personally, because the only reason is the bottom. There's a new low that keeps getting printed, like every other candle. So that'd be kind of more like a hero trade a little bit. I do like Tesla here though, guys. 220. Watching it right now. See what it does. What's Meta doing? I haven't talked about Meta for a while. Are you short Meta? I don't even know what it looks like yet. Oh, missed it. Sure. Got you twice today at 220. Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm watching it. I'm definitely watching it. The only long position I got left. So AVGO tagged me. I mean, what a perfect. Someone knew what they were doing. They were maybe listening to the channel. No one cares about my 100 shares that much. But that breakdown to tag into that 200. I mean, I was like, all right, I guess I'm wrong. I didn't want it to, completely take the 200 out, bounced right off of it. Now, we'd be in the green on the trade, but bummer. Getting ready to add on EMPH, guys. I might even do it now. It's a little bit early. Okay, let's do it. Just add only another 50 shares. And if we really start printing in the 93s, then I'll add another 50. So I'll have like 200 shares on EMPH. Hey, Seth, that's good, man. I hope you're talking about Tesla, right? We didn't hurt your feelings. No, that's good though. That's good discipline right there. Like, look, if you took a trade, you tried it twice, it didn't work out. That's okay. Like, find something else. TSM, what a beast! Just every, excuse me, every candle. Now AVGO moving. Darn it! Do you believe it, guys? Mm-mm-mm. That would have been my target to add 183. I'd probably add some more, and then I'd be looking for high of day before it took 80% off. This is where I need Scott's steel nerves, man.
Well, I'll tell you what, steel, but not just hanging in there. Just like this NVDA, we're close, but no cigar yet, right?
Yeah, I was chatting about the AVGO trade. I got in long, and I was like, man, this will probably be a losing trade. I literally jinxed it before I even started, but it moved higher, pulled back, took me out on the pullback, and then now it's ripping. So who was it? Mark. Seth, I kind of do. So when I talk about autopilot trades, then yeah, it's a hard stop. For me, it's zones. So like, I didn't want to see the 200 break on Broadcom, even though it kind of spiked down below the 200. It moved pretty aggressively through the 200, and I thought we were going to get the break. So rather than be patient and wait for the next follow through candle, because it was pretty ugly breakdown, right? VWAP broke, then a big red candle, and then obviously it ended up turning green. But if I would have waited for that hammer to form, yeah, I would have stayed in the trade. But for me, it was more of a visual thing. Like, hey, we broke the 200. We tried the 200 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10 times in the last, let's call it hour. Um, and the fact that it broke it with ease, I was like, okay, I guess it's going to continue. So it kind of shook me out. Is what that is. I mean, that was on me. Because across the board, like when I was looking at other stocks, we saw some red prints, right? Microsoft red prints. We saw red print on Tesla. So I thought maybe we're going to continue a leg lower, and just got out of the way. But typically
Smart,
on my
right?
initial move on trades, um, it's more of just like a visual level, like what we just talked about. But if I'm in, let's say I'm in a trade and I'm managing my trade, then yes, then I use hard stops for profit taking, basically. And I appreciate you clicking the question. Makes it easier for me to see when it shows up. JPM come for all-time highs again. Let's see. Yep. Hmm. So 3 bar breakdown. We talked about that with live. Kev, into VWAP. VWAP found support, reversed. Your 3 bar doesn't matter anymore. When you see that consolidation at VWAP and move higher, you're back into bull trend territory. So no surprise on JPM. But let's see what Goldman Sachs is doing. Looks very similar. What's Morgan Stanley look like? A little weaker, but similar. All the banks reported. The only one left that I think is going to have a decent impact on things, possibly the downside, is Ally Financial. And that's Friday for the open, which I won't be around for, unfortunately.
Could be
But
a good
most of the
thing.
banks are out of the way. Citibank, Goldman, JPM, PNC, State Street, Interactive Brokers, Synchrony. There's a lot. Morgan Stanley. There's a lot of. We got Discover. In fact, what is Discover doing right now? DFS, right? As long as yeah, DFS. Hmm, okay. Have either of you traded from the car before? I'd be lying if I said no.
I I'll tell you a quick story. I have done that. Listen to this, Kev. I have been on a laptop sitting in a parking lot, getting um, getting Wi-Fi, pulling up next to a business so I could get on their Wi-Fi so I could get out of a trade. So the answer is yes, but not something that I would
Hopefully, it was
want
a
to do.
winning
And
trade.
really, right now, yeah, yes. And right now, I'm less apt to, well, because we got DVG and we got Aggie and um, Amir in the room, but I'm less apt to take a travel setup with me when I vacation. To, I'd rather just either, have DVG lead the room or Aggie or whomever, to not have to take the travel setup to get on to force trades in an atmosphere that I'm not super comfortable with. Then you miss your screen space. You miss all the creatures of home, so to speak. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to realize that now I'm displaced, because of the hurricane still, and will be for some time to come. But at least I've got this thing up and running to a point where I'm similar to what I had at my previous home. And then when we finally make the transition, I'll get geared up and ready to rock and roll. So
I have 3 unique stories of travel. Um, so one, I took a position And at the time, it was using options, and not that I forgot that it was there, but it was kind of like, yeah, whatever. Like I know what's at risk if it goes to zero, right? And woke up the next morning and I was up like 15 grand. And I'm like, what? Like what? Where did that come from? Didn't realize it would move in favor that much, but it was one of those overnight, gaps. And I had a meeting like first thing in the morning, and I stepped away to use the restroom, quote unquote, just so I could close out the trade right when the open happened. And that to me is like you don't want to be in that position. You'd rather have a clear mind. And then there were two, one negative, one positive on vacation, actually, like you're talking about. Similar, have my trading set up, traveled with it. And what I'm finding is it's just, look, I get it, vacationing on a beach somewhere, and it's kind of like the trader dream or whatever. But like if you're at the beach, man, just be at the beach. And the reason I say that is I was literally, out in the middle of nowhere, out in the St. Grenadine Islands, and internet's not the greatest. It's a little bit slower out there, needless to say. And yeah, put on a position and printed one of the biggest losing days I've ever had, which kind of, it puts a little funk now in your vacation. So I closed the setup that day, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not touching that the rest of the trip. We were out there for about 10 days, and we got to enjoy 8 of the 10 days because the day of the incident, not so good. The next day was still a little bitter, and then I was like, you know what? Look at where we're at. Crystal clear waters. We're on a
Yeah.
boat. Like, give me a break. It could be worse. How's he worth
Yeah,
it?
it's
And
just
I
not worth
just
it. I laugh at all of the communities that say, that they show somebody with a laptop trading like on the beach or in the sand or something. I mean, that to me is just stupid, right? Make enough money so you can go to the beach so you don't have to bring your laptop. How's that?
there
That's
you
the one
go.
thing to keep in your mind.
Yep. That's you know what you nailed it, man. Markets are going to always be they're here tomorrow. Um, so
Yep.
don't let it jeopardize your today if you're in that situation. Like for me, I'm looking forward to this weekend. We're gonna go see some family. My brother-in-law actually just bought a new home, so we're gonna go congratulate him on the new house, and it'll be fun. We got a bunch of family members coming together, and then we'll be gone. We leave tomorrow. We come back Monday, and I'm not bringing any of my stuff, any of my gear. So
As you
I'm looking
should.
forward to that. Yeah. So if you guys shoot me an email or something, just let me know you guys are doing great, or that you're not. I appreciate this community. You guys, I can't say we're all just family, but it kind of feels that way, right? We all spend quite a bit of time together. We're all looking at things together. We're sharing ideas together. Mark's talking about using dial-up modems to do trades. Like, yeah, I mean, back then, though, I actually remember the first time I ever traded crypto. There wasn't an exchange. So, for you guys, I don't know if you guys know about. Uh, Hold on a second, guys. I'm looking at some of my positions. Mount Gox. I don't know if you guys have been trading crypto long enough to remember that. So Mount Gox, MTGOX, was originally going to be like the first big exchange, and it was wrought with a bunch of nefarious behavior, we'll call it. But it actually was the person that owned. I don't know if you guys remember like Magic playing cards. So it was called Magic the Gathering Online Exchange, and originally it was made so that these folks are people that would trade or play this card game, they could trade their cards online and sell them or whatever, and they ended up repurposing that for the first crypto exchange. Well, back then you'd have to like mail in your orders, so like, hey, I want to buy 500 of this or whatever. And I remember a buddy of mine goes, "Hey man, you got to buy some of this, Bitcoin stuff, whatever." I'm like, "All right, fine, whatever." Bought like maybe 5 grand worth of Bitcoin, and at the time it was worth like I don't know 13 cents or something, whatever. It was literally worth nothing, and it moved up to I think like $8 or something like that, $7 or $8, like not too long after. I'm like, oh my god, I'm a genius. Look, I made all this money. Let me get out. Well, everyone had the same idea. So by the time I sent my order in, because you couldn't do it electronically, it's not like today where we can just click a button and be in and out of position. Like I had to mail it in. Everyone had the same idea. So by the time it filled, I basically made my money back. Maybe even lost a little bit with, commissions and stuff. But it really kind of at that point I was like, dude, crypto, what a joke. It's just some person trying to scam you, right? And then I remember fast forward several years later, I wake up and they're like, Bitcoin worth $27,000 a coin. I'm like, wait a minute, what? I'd have been done. I've been done, man. Wouldn't have had to do anything the rest of my life. But as it goes, right? Sometimes you got to buy and hold. Who knows? Yeah, tech. Yeah, learned a ton since Mark. Right on. Yeah, Mark, you've been doing this a while, huh? You've got a pretty good group of experience on this in this community. Some new traders, some intermediate traders, some experienced traders. I'm old. I think if you're going to give SMCI a shot, here might be your level, and your stop loss is that new low of day that just printed. I'm going to hit Tesla here, 219.80. I'm in small size, 219.80. I'll keep my stop loss tight on Tesla, 219.80. Do, 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 do. Microsoft printing a new low day now. Coming into the close. We're getting close to the close from yesterday. Come on, Tesla. I get in, it pulls back 30 cents. What's up with that? SMCI. Let me look at that real quick. SMCI. To
You feel that big slowdown right now?
yeah. All right. I just got tagged out of ENPH, guys. That's too bad. All the losers I've had today have been long positions.
Yeah, I feel the same
I'm
way.
in Tesla. I'm in Tesla long right now. I got a 219.80, thinking that we'd make the run higher, and now we're just limping lower. I won't have a ton of tolerance. If I see a 218 print on this thing, I'm out. Seeing Nvidia aim lower, SPY in the Qs trying to like flatline. Either they're trying to baseline or dump. I don't know what's going to happen here. Thanks, Tesla, for nothing. Hmm. SMCI, I'll try a small one. Do a small baby size position on SMCI. Stop loss will be that low of day. In case. In case. The SPY and the Qs are looking ugly though. Like they're trying to aim lower. Come on, Tesla. You need to see at least a 220 print. Oh, but it's going to happen. All right. I get stopped out on Tesla. Darn it. If I lose out on Tesla, that's a wrap for me, folks. I'll be done for the day. Hmm. We'll be speaking at 11. Okay, let's go. SMCI. SMCI. Oh, Tesla. You're going to take my money and run, aren't you? Hmm. Oh, well. About to be out. Tesla. Unless we rocket launch here, pun intended. Okay, let's do right here, SMCI 4750. Do build position, little size. Where's Mark? Mark, yeah, it's long. Cause my stop loss will be the low of day. It's super tight on SMCI because right now, like I'm taking long positions and they haven't worked out. So ENPH stopped out, ABGO stopped out. I mean, these are small losing positions. They're not like big losing positions. But Tesla, like, to give back 80 cents, like, I'm not happy about that. But whatever. Luckily, it was a build. I was hoping we'd push over 220. Still, same thing. We get over 220, I'll add to that position. But right now, SPY looks like it wants to go lower. Coming up at 11, Goolsby gets to have a conversation. Let's see what that does to markets, if anything. Crude inventory is also coming up at 11. I'm actually going to keep an eye on CVX right now. Finally, Tesla, come on. Did I nail the bottom on SMCI? Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Yay, Tesla's moving, yay. All right, Tesla, come on. Give me that 223. Probably not going to happen today, but that would be awesome. Over 220, I will add. We only got 100 shares in the Tesla position right now. And I don't care if it's 220.01, 220, whatever. I'll add.
Well, you know what? I mean, why is my morning boring? Because EXPE flatlines, right, with no volume. The NVDA trade that I had a glimmer of hope for is sitting here flatlining under the VWAP right now. So we're just kind of in a dead zone as we speak.
Come on, SMCI, you can do it. Try the VWAP one time, $48.70. Move up $1. Broadcom's moving. Nvidia's just above 139. Get ready for the ad here on Tesla, guys. Let's see if we get the push. There it is. All right, added. We'll keep moving. SMCI, a whopping 28 cents, guys. Winning. I'm literally getting concerned now with Tesla. That 220 push should have tried 220.70 in one big candle if it was planning to go higher. I do not like this rejection happening right now. I'll let this candle close, but that's ugly. I don't like that. I need to see a big push right now. There we go. There we go. There we go.
Nice.
A little more.
Mike's, I would say SMCI. You know, it's below the V. I mean, it's below the VWAP. It's below yesterday's close. I mean, it trended up this morning with a gap. It's hard for me to say to go long the stock when it's down here. I would just probably remain on the sidelines, Micus. So unless it takes out the low, then it's an automatic short for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I grabbed it at 47.50, but it's it's a build. I mean, I want to see it really pop if it's going to happen. And 48 is a big number for SMCI. And right now, seeing a rejection at 47.79. Kind of like how I'm feeling about Tesla right now. You know, like do I take a small partial and like just trim up my position, or commit to it? I mean, I don't. Again, more concerned that Tesla didn't move past 220.40 because that's the number. We need to get above that number, and then 220, call it 80. At that point, I would call it just 221, and then we should take off. But I don't know what's going to happen today. AVGO about to take off. Nvidia, if it gets over that 200, Scott, maybe got a shot at that 140.
I know. Yep.
140.89,
No doubt.
the new all-time high printed today.
Let's go.
You know, I was planning on making some more tea, but after this morning, he said with Jameson. Classic. It's just a gut punch. Oh, Tesla. Earnings in 6 days. Womp womp.
Right on.
TSM. Yeah, TSM just a monster today. You guys ever were wondering what a blue sky breakout looks like? That's one of them. Opened at new all-time highs and just hasn't stopped. Small pullback down to 202-ish this morning, and then has absolutely taken off. SMCI, baby.
Away it goes.
Ta-da.
Don't overhype it now.
Yeah, I know, right?
Might be short lived, right?
Yeah. Did it get above it? Yeah, by 1 cent. Technically, it should have kept going, but markets are their own way of tricking you. So QCOM, let's take a look at that. QCOM. Hmm. I have mixed feelings about Qualcomm, just collectively as a business. I think they have so many other aspects of their business that frankly, like, I would call it the boring side that no one talks about, that has like consistently printed money for them and has made them the powerhouse that they are. I think the trouble is there's a lot more focus on what they're doing with AI, and the big thing is they were the go-to chip partner for Apple, and then they announced that in the new 16, it's not going to be them. That was pretty devastating news for them as a company, naturally. I think wasn't it ARM? They were talking about using their smart chips to a certain extent, and then Apple's going to start making their own chips for more like CPU usage, etc. So, well, Tesla, you've disappointed me today. Meta now breaking lower, Spy now breaking lower, Q's on their way. I might have to get out of Tesla. We'll see. What a bummer. And SMCI, it's like I'm up what 25 cents. I mean, I'm not getting excited just yet. Okay, I think the Spy touched base. It's time to move. Scott, you gonna add to that Nvidia trade?
I am. It's got to move though. It's got to start going, or get over the top towards 140, and I'll add even more juice to it. But certainly want to see it get off the schneid here to start moving higher.
Kicking myself on ABGO. I mean, I missed the bottom of that move by 3 minutes. All right, Tesla. Anything over 220 on Tesla, 220 print, I will take what I call a trim. So I'm going to trim half my position off. So we'll still have some. I wouldn't want to call it a partial because it's not really a partial. It's just me kind of losing faith in that trade a little bit. So if we get anything in the 220s on Tesla, I will trim it. Otherwise, I will completely get out of the position if it moves against SMCI. My stop loss is the low of day. So either I make dough or give back 15 cents. Well, the SPY is 16 cents away from yesterday's close. Do we give it all back and then just absolutely explode to the upside? That's kind of my thoughts. Here comes Goolsby. Help! Help, Goolsby, help! Tempted to grab some call options on the Qs now. They're just kind of expensive. I won't do it right now, but hmm. Hmm. SMCI, come on. Let's see a 48 print. Let's go to the VWAP. VWAP, even if we get close, 48 and a half ish, I will take 80% of my position off for a nice green trade on SMCI. Ideally about a point, give or take. And then I'll let the last, little bit run. So we're about to get it. Gooseby, say nice things, please. Surprisingly, guys, Travelers Insurance, reported decent earnings, but but um, I don't know, with insurance claims going up, that could be an interesting one to keep an eye on in the next week or two. I was actually trying to figure out who had the most insurance exposure in Florida, given recent events. Happy that our very own Scott's safe and his family as well, but I got to imagine that's going to be a devastating impact to the bottom line for insurance carriers. And I'm sure there's some analyst out there that has that data. I didn't have the means, we'll say, to figure it all out. I know there are some names that are have deeper or bigger exposure to the Florida market. So I think Travelers is one of those names, but up on earnings, 7.5%. Come on, Goolsby, say nice things. Easy to tout earnings when you don't pay claims. Ooh, Seth, don't get canceled, man. Yeah, no, I hear you. TSM, guys, is a non-stop print. We talked about the three big winners in the chip names: AVGO, TSM, NVDA. NVIDIA, seeing the price action even this morning, it makes sense. People are trying to get out of the way. Cheaper taking part. Hey, we got to move on Tesla now, guys. Woohoo! Um, but it's not really too big of a surprise, right? To see some people taking profits, especially after this huge push to the upside. Like, I'm not surprised. But um, I encourage you guys to pay attention to today in the chip names because we know. Look at every single one of them. They all had the exact same move pre-market. All of them, big gap higher, right? Every single one of them. TSM obviously being the catalyst. Sympathy play. You saw it happen across the board. AMD, Broadcom, Nvidia, right? Like fill in the blank. They all moved higher. And then we opened today, and you got to see who was the favorite and who was the least favorite. So if you look at Qualcomm's chart and you compare that to TSM's chart, or you compare it to NVIDIA's chart, or you compare it to AVGO's chart, or even AMD, right? Like days like today are kind of important. You could do the same thing for JPM, like go back to when they reported earnings, look at all the financial names, right? If you just look at the ETF, it's no surprise it went higher, right? Because JPM is the biggest holding or one of the biggest holdings in XLF. But look at all the other names in the financial sector and see how they reacted based on JP Morgan's annual report or sorry, earnings report. And you'll see them kind of have that gap and some gap higher or lower, right? Like if you look at Citibank's chart compared to JP Morgan's chart on the day that JP Morgan reported, because Citibank was supposed to report on following Tuesday. JPM reported what I think last Friday. And then they're trying to get ahead of it, right? Sympathy play. Then they actually reported, they beat top and bottom, and it tanked. Citigroup did. So by knowing that, now you know, like, okay, where's quote unquote smart money going to move to if big events happen in these names, and where's it going to move out of? So days like today, like at least that's what I do. You guys, obviously do what you want, but um, it's important to kind of make note of that. Like, hey, on this day, you know, TSM reported, here are the sympathy plays that worked, like the favored names, and here's the ones that didn't. So hopefully that helps. I don't know if you guys do that kind of stuff or not, but I do. Makes it easier to trade when, like that's why I mentioned AVGO first thing. And that long position, even though I got tagged out, guys, I would have been still, even if you went for round two, 183.50, or what did I post? 182.50? Yeah. 182.50 still would have been a great entry. I've got Tesla on, guys. I'm going to probably take a partial if we continue this move higher. We should, could, would. Doesn't always happen, but I'd love to see a 221 print. I want to see if you're looking at it on a 1 minute. I want to see it get over this 200 EMA, which is right about 15 cents away. If we reject that, I will be forced to trim up this position. SMCI tagged $48 for a split second and is now returned lower. What are we looking at, guys? What are we watching? Anything you guys want me to take a look at? Let me look at PA real quick. A lot of names in the red today. Just sitting in NVIDIA, right on. Thoughts on ELV short? I had that this morning, Kelvin. I did a little bit pre-market ELV. Took it for a nice ride, kind of like 410 area. Wish I could have loaded it up. So, yeah, I think it's got a shot down to VWAP. I wouldn't go huge because it could flip here. I don't know, Kelvin. Do you use the SMAs, EMAs, and stuff that I talk about? I don't know if you do or don't. Seth, you're looking at MSTR. I'll pull it up too on the side here. Yeah, that actually looks pretty good over the close. Keep your stop loss tight there. Dang it, Broadcom guys, look at this. I was waiting for this 184 level, and it's gone. This thing's going to take off now. Let's see. Some mainly trends. Okay. The reason I'm asking is if you look at on a 1 minute ELV, you'll see, obviously it bottomed out. People just wanted to get out of the way of this thing because just not the greatest news that they shared, especially what they're doing around Medicare, Medicaid. Side note, which is a big part of their business. So that dump in the morning, like someone stepped up and tried to get it over 400, right? So good for them. But if you look at all the different levels, the 200 it was literally right at 440, rejected that immediately. it hasn't tried that 200 since. So I think it may try to do the 200 again. That's an EMA, exponential moving average. So it might be up at the 438 level. If it rejects there, then it might be worth, eyeballing to the downside. If it gets above that, then maybe there's a shot of it, trying to move to like 450-ish. So I'd be a little bit careful on ELV because the initial move is kind of out of the way. And at this point now it's trading 4.5 or close to 4.5 million shares, and it normally trades 1.2 million shares. That's a lot of money moving in and out of that thing today. So I would definitely trade cautiously on that. Tesla, unbelievable. What are you doing? I might have to trim this, guys. We should have moved above that 200 EMA. We didn't. It's kind of frustrating. Q's moving higher, though. SPY moving higher. You got it, Kelvin, for sure. Coin looks interesting. MSTR, good pop there. I don't know if you took that, Seth. As soon as once it showed green candles above that close on MSTR, that would be probably where I would hit it, and then your stop would be under that 192.50 area. It's about $1, $1.50 risk. The challenge is like this one doesn't always trade just like Bitcoin because it's almost like a hedge. I think we talked about that, like how MicroStrategy is correlated to Bitcoin is a little bit different than, say, for example, like Coinbase. Coinbase obviously fee related to Bitcoin trades, so naturally there's a stronger correlation between when Bitcoin moves higher, coin usually does. Looking at ETFs, probably be a stronger, tighter correlation, but MicroStrategy uses coupons for their investors. Let's say that coupon pays 4%, and then Michael Saylor turns around and goes and buys more crypto with those investments. So it's kind of like I don't say it's an inverse relationship, but in some cases, like Bitcoin could be trending lower and MicroStrategy is moving higher. Coin this is going to hold overview up. Yeah. Yeah. So, who was it? Jared? If you put coin and like Bitcoin futures right next to each other, to kind of give you an idea, we're right at 67,100 right now. And the big thing is like, and I don't know how often you guys trade coin or if you do this, but find levels in Bitcoin, like the actual futures. So like, hey, what is Bitcoin, or sorry, Coinbase? What's the price every time Bitcoin has been at, let's say, 66,000 or 67,000 or 65,000, and then mark those levels on your chart so that you know the level of premium that's stacked on Coinbase, as an example. Right? So like if it's at 205 and the last time it was here, it was at 211, well, maybe you've got a 6-point premium waiting for you out to the upside, right? Or conversely, if it was down at 195, now you're paying a $10 premium to be in Coinbase. Yeah, it definitely does. Come on, SMCI, get above 48. If I see a 48 print on SMCI, I'm going to trim up. Tesla, without a doubt, just absolute disappointment here. Kind of bummer. Oh well. Let me trim that up. I don't want to give back anything today with this. Again, if we continue to move higher, I can always add. But I'm not going to play this game of, you know, move down a dollar faster than we move up a dollar. Like that's just not a winning game for me. I don't like the 1-to-1.
Well, I was thinking my pause here would definitely take NVDA up to the top. I've just come out of AA with a losing trade, so I've got two losing trades and hopefully a winner on NVDA here. I mean, I'm just barely in the green on the trade, but that's not going to help lift me out of the red right now.
All right, I'm taking a little bit off of SMCI here in just a moment. Let me let this candle complete here. We've got, a little bit more there. Okay, we've got the 48 print, 48.02. That's fine. Let's see if we get a little more on the remaining shares. And then Tesla, bye-bye. It's out. I'm out of that trade. I think someone was asking Seth maybe about, like, is it a hard stop? No, for me, in this scenario, I wanted to trim in the 220s. I didn't because I thought we were going to get the push. And then, I paid for it. So now instead I'm trimming into a losing trade. I still have a small position left, but if this thing continues, it's dead to me. I say small position, it's like 20 shares. Let's see. BA. Uh-huh. Oh, Mark. Well, were you watching the
Right.
earnings on the airlines? You had UAL
Boeing.
report, right? UAL absolutely crushed. Um, so naturally, it pulled a lot of the other airlines with it, and I would argue Boeing with it as well. And we all know Boeing just can't help itself but be in the news with more bad headlines. But yeah, this one can be tricky. This actually, for the longest time, was like a day trading favorite for a lot of day traders. Boeing and Exxon, actually, back in the day when Exxon was the number one company in the planet.
Well, I think I'm going to end my morning here by taking a partial here on the NVDA trade. I'm still red. I'm going to hold on to Expedia here. I'll check back in later today, probably around 3 o'clock, see if there's anything happening into the close today. Um, Again, just a nothing day. I had high hopes, like DVG was saying before. I had high hopes about the day being a lot better than what it was. In fact, when I look back upon it, I'm like, we should have had this SMCI pegged at the top, and then TSM breaking out at the top here. Why isn't NVDA going with it? But you just can't answer those questions. It's not a matter of, nobody owes you an answer. It's just take what the chart gives you and move. So MSTR. Nice. Okay, DVG, I don't know if you're coming back later. I will probably head back at about 3, see if I can catch this last hour here, see if I can turn this day green. Traders, thank you so
Yeah,
much for being
I'll
with
be
us
gone
today.
tomorrow and Monday. I'm gonna wrap it
Yep.
up probably in the next 5 minutes or so. I'll keep an eye on things. If I
Okay,
see
cool.
anything that jumps out, I'll hop on, but I don't think it'll happen.
All right, be good. Have an enjoyable trip. We'll see you back on Tuesday, I guess, right?
Yep. Thanks, Scott.
Okay, brother.
MSTR looks great. Who took Mark? Were you the only person to take that? Someone else posted, I thought. You did? Right on. Well, that's why we're here, man. Yeah, I'll give it a few more minutes. Yeah, SMCI, we took a little partial here at 48 and didn't get rich off of that. Tesla kind of womp womp. Nice move on MSCR. 3-point move above close. Very nice. Coin looks like it's about to cook here over 206. Keeping an eye on Bitcoin futures here side by side as well, since we were talking about it. You know, you want to see a 67,600 print at a minimum on Bitcoin. We're about $400 away just to get to the close. Can't imagine that doesn't happen. All indicators pointing in favor of a higher move on Bitcoin right now, but you never know, man. There could be a big bear waiting to sell into it. So I just saw some news. Tesla releases a video showing the progress of the Optimus robot, and I almost think I want him to stop talking about the robots. Is that the future? Maybe. Can we all afford a robot in our house? I don't know. Um, but I don't know if you guys seen the movie I, Robot. It's an older movie. Kind of a cool movie for its time. I mean, how they put everything together. Dude, I know you don't like QCOM, but it's approaching 2 to 1 on that one too. I warned you about Tesla. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it looked good from a price action standpoint on Tesla there for a moment. That's why I got in, and arguably made a little dough, but not. I mean, not enough for me to get excited about, to be honest. You know, and then had to give it all back basically. Oh, cool! I made $80. Now I gave it back $90. That sucks. QCOM. No, it's not that I don't like Qualcomm. I just think that they're like an older. It's kind of like I use IBM as an example. IBM with Watson and all that other stuff, they really had such a unique opportunity to capitalize on AI, and they didn't. They just, I mean, I know they're trying to now and whatever, but like if you ask the leading Fortune 100, Fortune 500 companies that are actually leveraging quite a bit of AI, yeah, they probably have a smattering of things, right? Of different types of AI or machine learning models that they're leveraging. But I would bet most of them are going to be on, an Azure platform, an Amazon platform, or it's going to be like some kind of sandbox that, they've employed engineers, ML engineers or data scientists to figure out some of that. And they may or may not be residing on IBMs. Like they had a lockdown on mainframe. And with the advent of like cloud compute and storage costs, getting cheaper and cheaper, obviously there's still going to be a need for some of that mainframe and um, edge level compute, especially when you're talking about manufacturing facilities and stuff. But they kind of missed the boat a little bit. I mean, we're seeing that they're trying to catch up now, and it's still managing to stay in business is a big company, right? Too big to fail, I would say. But when you have innovation is your business model, you innovate or die, and that's the game in that space. So when I think of Qualcomm, they're kind of similar to that. They're not as bad as I'd say like Intel. Intel, yeah, they had a recent pop higher, but man, same thing. They had a unique advantage to be the chip. Everybody knows them. It's in everyone's laptop. It's in most desktops. I mean, Intel is not a small company, but they didn't capitalize on this big AI move. It moves to data centers and all this other stuff the way NVIDIA did, frankly, or AMD, or fill in the blank. What made Qualcomm unique, though, is they were really good about having a very diverse portfolio in that space. So I don't think it's going to lose investors, but it started getting some hype amongst traders, I'd say, in the last, I want to say probably about a year and a half, just when, this big AI boom was coming to the forefront. So like if you look at, the dailies on that, um, so I'm looking at like July 2020. when it was down at like $80, then made its move to 150, kind of in that time frame where everyone's talking tech, online, Zoom calls and all that stuff. It's kind of in and around that time. Because prior to that, it was like a, $50 to $80 stock on a good day. Then traders get a hold of it, and now you now you see the volatility, pushing up to 229 at one point. So again, not that I don't like the company. It's just, if I had to pick winners and losers, they wouldn't be the first horse I'd pick. I'd say they're in the race, just not. It wouldn't be my number one horse in the race. Yeah, I think Meta and Google. Who has more data than those two companies? Verizon, maybe. You don't hear about them in that sense. AT&T, maybe. But think about the intricacies of the data that Meta and Google have. Google knows what you search, when you search it, the time you search it, expand your search. You know, Meta knows who your friends are, how connected you are. They were using graph databases before it was even a thing. Like, made them very unique. That's how social networks work these days, is graph computing. And if you apply AI on top of graph computing, my friends, you get a way more sophisticated model. So I'd be keeping an eye on Google and Meta in the coming, you know, I have owned both names in a portfolio, but I prefer to trade Meta to the downside only because I don't know. Maybe I'm getting old, but I haven't had a Facebook or Instagram or none of that stuff for a really long time. The only reason I'm considering an Instagram is frankly for what we're doing here, right? Post content, short videos. I get it. Like, that's part of our business model now. Like, you have to be relevant to to grow this community. But otherwise, like, I don't know. Do you guys have Facebooks? Is that what it's called these days? Facebook, right? The only robot in the house. Focus on manufacturing jobs for them are not alone. That is pumping and that just things. And many friends, Facebook is just boomers. Big content. Seeing people reacting to clearly AI image stuff. Well, that's just it. I mean, almost you can't help it in a way. Like, with this consumer mind is not a bad thing per se, because it's helped prop up our country for a really long time, for those of you in the U.S. But the trouble is, like, how do you use it now? Like, could you imagine if it knows, hey, I buy, I don't know, fill in the blank product, soap, shampoo, certain foods, certain diapers, whatever, and it just predicts your buying behavior and just says, like, hey, you're probably out of milk in the next 3 days. Did you want to order some now? Like an Amazon, right? Like, that's pretty easy for them to do because they can know that buying trend, that buying pattern. But, like, how effective is that for um, growing the level of sophistication that's applicable for big companies that benefit consumers? Well, I got news for you. It doesn't benefit consumers. It benefits the big companies. Like, you know, optimize your supply chain by understanding what your people like, what people are going to consume, and earmark X amount, and know that you're going to have probably a big boom based on these, 4 tranches of customers. Like, you know what I mean? So now you have predictable supply chain usage and consumption usage, which just optimizes all your margins. So I don't know. It's kind of an interesting world we're living in. When you break down AI and those types of use cases, and if you notice Google, right? I was short Google this morning, 165, big level. I think we're trying to hold. I see more money at 164, but you know, can't deny it's a dollar away. Anyway, sometimes I think of these rants. I'm like, do you guys, do you guys just bounce when I start talking about this stuff? Because I see the room gets a little smaller, so I'm curious. Is that I feel like, hey man, I don't want to hear that. Let's find a trade. Right now, I'm in SMCI right now. I've got a really small position in Tesla, like 20 shares, not a whole lot left. I missed the coin trade. That was a nice trade. We'll call it out, and then MSTR missed that too. I like the meta trade, but I'm not going to take it. The trade I do like the most right now is TSM. But if I were to buy it here, like I'm risking a point to make question mark 2 points, right? Like breaking out new all-time highs. So I think that might do it actually. Might be done for the day. Well, listen, appreciate each and every one of you. Apologize for being a little bit late this morning. Again, I was like coughing up a lung, but I won't be back till Tuesday. Be on airplanes the way to and from Friday and Monday. But we're the best day trading community in the planet right here, 44 Trading. So appreciate y'all. And if something comes up, shoot me an email. By the way, big breakout in AVGO now. Bummer. All right, y'all. That's gonna do it for me. You guys have a wonderful, wonderful weekend, and I will see you guys next week. Cheers. God bless.